Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I hope everybody is having a great day today. I realize I forgot to change my stream info before hitting the go live button. So it actually showed yesterday's. But that's okay. I got it fixed. For some reason, the game is taking a long time to come up. I've noticed lately that a couple of things seem to take a little longer than they should. I'm not sure if it's something in the software or if I could be starting to have a hardware problem. I'm hoping it's just software because the things that are doing it all had recent updates. So let me get this changed over, get that unmuted. There we go. Yeah, that's the right save. Hopefully my internet's fine today. It was being a little sluggish earlier. I see it's fluctuating a little bit now, but not a whole lot, so hopefully it goes alright. Maybe someday I'll no longer have to deal with antiquated infrastructure out here in the country. But that's just how it is when you live out in the country. The companies that provide services tend to prioritize much more populated areas because that's where they make most of their money. Alright, so I guess I was loading trash here. Yeah, we've got 2 garbage. And they're both here. Okay. Awesome. Could probably just leave that one there. Well, only thing about if I do it that way though, the load is going to be swinging a lot. So let me just reposition everything. Because I was thinking I could just pick up the load and kind of carry it to the truck. Well, like I say, if I do that, the load's going to be swinging like crazy, so it'll take forever to get it to calm down to actually get it loaded into the truck. So it only takes a minute or so to reposition everything. Crane mode. Got it all hung up on the truck. It's alright. Let's get her turned here. Let's see, restore crane. Let's see if I can do a 3,000 point turn here. I don't know why, but it seems like for the last week or so, every time I go to streaming, I start getting this dry tickle in one spot in my throat. It's like, oh, you're streaming? Well, let me fuck with you then. too far away. So I'll do it this way. There we go, lift, not lower. Get her squared up with the bed. Ah, shit. That ain't what I meant to do. Well, let's see if it'll pack anyway. If it will, I won't worry about it. Yeah, it packed. Good enough. I guess I can go ahead and recover this one to the garage. So the lights turned on now. Where am I taking this to? Oh, Heartlands. Which tunnel? That tunnel goes to the Heartlands. Lay out my route here. This map's got quite a lot of paved road on it, which is a bit of a change. Welcome change too. It's nice to be able to drive at least for a little bit without being axle deep in mud or snow all the time. Which I get is kind of the point of the game, but still. It's nice to get a little break from it once in a while. Because it can be difficult and slow going. Hey, Sephiroth, how you doing today? I just noticed that crane truck's up north. Well, holiday shopping. Oh, well, good luck with your holiday shopping. Hope you find some really good deals. Alrighty. Which I had to say, one thing I'm glad of in this game is that there's no horribly driving NPCs to get in my way or cause me grief, like in American Truck Simulator. But what's really sad is the fact that the way some of the NPC drivers drive in American Truck Simulators, the way some people actually drive. So I'm glad to see my custom commands are still working. Like I said, I still ain't quite sure how I managed to get them to work. I tried a couple of different things and they just started working, so. And that's what matters. Which, speaking of fixing things, I was thinking yesterday about a woodworking project that I kind of would like to do sometime soon. But it would be best to use a table saw because I needed to, in order to do it, I would need to cut some grooves and some boards for a piece to slide back and forth. And I don't have a table saw anymore. Because mine somehow got broke. I'm not sure, I think the shaft in the motor was slightly bent was the problem. And I'm not sure how it happened. I must have just bumped it or something, because I didn't really use the saw all that often, because it was just a more like a contractor's table saw kind of thing. It was a small one. But that's the only thing I can guess is at some point when it was just sitting there in a corner or something, I either threw something up onto it or knocked something over onto it or something that hit the blade hard enough to just very slightly bend the shaft on it, because the last time I tried using it, it was just shaking the whole damn table so much that it was walking across the floor. And I did try putting a different blade on it. It didn't really help, so. I'm just going to do a general layout for this so that whenever I pass a working road, I'll know which fork to take. That's good enough. But I'm guessing I could probably just clamp me a straight edge to the piece and use a circular saw. I wouldn't try to freehand it because I suck at cutting straight lines, particularly with a circular saw. Because when I used to do quite a bit of woodworking, I was actually known for being able to cut straighter lines with a jigsaw than I was with a circular saw, which is weird, but sometimes I miss doing woodworking stuff, because it's been a while since I've done any. I don't need to go that way, I can go this way. Because I forgot that it doesn't show this little part of the road on the map, I don't believe. Which, while I'm thinking of it, I posted my recipe for gumbo burgers on both X and in the Discord in the country cooking channel, if anybody's interested. Now, of course, there are plenty of variations to that which you can find online if you want to. That's just the particular one that I use, which is pretty damn basic, but still absolutely delicious. Okay, all those are locked. What about these? 30 harvestless years. More farming. Cultivate the field, seed the field, harvest the field. Deliver to southern Chermusky. Potatoes. Deliver to northern Chermusky. Potatoes. Dookie dookie. I should still have my tractor somewhere. Although I have no idea where the implements are. Oh, yeah, I do. I left them over at that farm. I did bring the fuel truck back, though. Is it in storage or... No, I guess I left it over yonder. Yep, there it is. I'm sure there's probably more implements sitting around somewhere. What the hell? I had a cultivator over here at some point. I think that's it. Yeah, it's it. I can see it now. Oh, wait a minute. That's got its own. Hey, Shin. Yeah, I finally got it. Thanks. So that cultivator has its own thing, so there should be another cultivator some damn where, though. Is that a cultivator? It looks like one. You know, I forgot to look and see if there might be a modded version of this tractor on the mod hub somewhere. Maybe one that gets a little better traction. One that had much better steering would be nice, but I doubt that is going to happen. Because that's really the worst part to this tractor is the steering is absolutely horrible on it. Of course, steering on articulated machines like this usually ain't all that great. Another thing is this thing don't have very much side bite at all, so it tends to want to dog walk and things like that when you get into some ruts and stuff. See, something like that tractor there might be a little more suitable. Of course, that one's only a two-wheel drive tractor. It ain't four-wheel drive. You can tell by the front tires on it. This has got them little tiny 3-rib and the tires on it. Bit of thick stuff here. Yeah, now this one don't have an objective attached to it. Well, other than that one there, but which I could. Let me take a look at this one and see. Wait a minute, why? I guess I just forgot to hit the button. Untasked plant season has just begun. I'm already running out of steam. Could you help old man out? Get half whatever we'll sell it for, and I'll even tell you where you can borrow the gear we'd need. Well, I don't want to get... If it was just doing the cultivating of that field, I would have done that on my way, but then I could have knocked that one out. I'm gonna go to right there for now. I'm gonna leave a trailer in the road and run this thing into the garage right quick to fill her up with fuel, and then I can reattach and head on to the job. It's gonna be a long drive over there. I can tell that already. That's one thing about this game is oftentimes the trailers act almost like land anchors. Particularly in the deep stuff, they don't. All-wheel drive is on. Right, put the diff lock on. Which is probably going to make the steering even worse, as it tends to. Kind of wants to go straight when you got diff lock on, because you got both tires spinning at the same speed, which ain't really conducive to making turns. Hell, at this rate, I might run out of fuel before I even get to the garage. I can always bring the fuel truck out and refill it, I reckon. Oh, game lagging. See, this is another one that I've had problems with lagging every once in a while lately. I really hope it ain't a hardware issue, though. Let me detach the trailer right quick. There we go. Now it's all refueled, all repaired. Unfortunately, by the time I get to where I gotta go on the next map, it's probably gonna be out of fuel again. I was trying to grab me a quick drink of coffee before I had to make the turn. It was a little too slow. Wonder what this looks like from in-cab view. Doesn't look any better than it does from out here. Oh, holy shit. You don't even want to move in low gear, which is odd because it tends to pull better in low gear, but apparently not with this tractor. I guess, excuse me, but I guess this is why they don't have a speedometer in this game. Because if they did, and you saw that this thing probably bouncing between 1 and maybe 10 at the most miles an hour, you'd probably lose your fucking mind. Yeah. Come on, turn, you beast. Hellfire in the morning. It's like having a sloth for a steering rack. Now, how far do I got to go to get to the field I got to cultivate? Let's see. You know what? This way is a little bit longer, but it's all paved for the most part anyway. So I'm going around the long way just so I can stay mainly on pavement. And then hopefully it won't take 10 years to get over here. This is definitely one driving game, though, that I think would work way better with the steering wheel than it does with a controller. I mean, sure, most of them do, but some of them, work good enough with a controller that the improvement by using the steering wheel ain't enough to justify having a steering wheel just, if it was just for that game. But this one would definitely benefit a lot from one, I believe. Because I think I do pretty damn good on American Truck Simulator with just using a controller. And I played racing games for many years using only a controller. And was pretty decent at them. Because I feel like in this game with the controller, the steering is just so sluggish. see, I need to go left to bypass this one. That one wheel giving it hell. Slinging mud. Rest of them don't seem to be doing a hell of a lot though. Even though the all-wheel drive is engaged, just not the diff lock. Alright, we got a sharp turn here, so go real slow. Give this thing time to turn. Nope, don't hit the bus stop. Now, I figured I'd be close to running out of fuel by the time I get over here, but I've still got about 2/3 of a tank. Hopefully that's enough to get the job done. But if not, I'll just have to drive the fuel truck over here. Which, considering that I like driving that truck, it really wouldn't be necessarily be a bad thing if I had to do that. I get putting logs in really swampy, muddy spots like that, so you're not sinking in up to the frame, but at the same time, wet logs are slicker than cat gets on the doorknob. But I guess it's still an improvement. And it doesn't require a lot of road building or hauling in materials. Because to do a proper fix, you'd want to haul in some rock and gravel, and you'd want to bring in a roller or something for compacting. But supposedly you're able to do all that stuff in a game that the developers of this are supposed to be bringing out called Roadcraft, which I already have. Wish listed on Steam, even though I don't think they've even given a release date for it yet. Sometime next year, I think. 2025, maybe. And that's going to be fun because not only do you get to drive trucks, but you get to run heavy equipment. And that's something I really like doing, whether it be in game or RL. Which I've never run anything big. I've run, like say, skid steers, mini excavators. But I always enjoyed doing it. I always thought it would be awesome just to have like a good little sandbox game. Where you could use heavy equipment and just do whatever you want to do with it, really. I see there is an entrance into the field over there, but I don't think it really matters because I'm going to end up tearing the fences down anyway. So let's skip to morning because I damn sure ain't going to try doing this stuff at night. Well, I'm doing a fence delete for you. Can't I just go straight? Hellfire. This tractor's fighting me to go every which way but straight. There's no way I'm turning around in there. So I'm going to do this the way I've done some of my fields on Farming Simulator in the past. Instead of going straight back and forth on one plane, I'm going to basically do laps. Turn, you unruly motherfucker. See the loading area there. Because I'm probably going to have to do the same with this as I did with the previous one. I'll probably have to do this and then do the planting and then do the harvesting. Which hopefully I can attach the other equipment to a regular truck and bring it over here rather than having to drive this thing back and forth. See, the cultivator is dragging the ass end of this tractor all over this damn field. Because all I'm doing is counter steering to try to keep the damn thing straight. This farmer ain't gonna have no fences left by the time I'm done. That's alright, you don't need fences around all your damn fields anyway. Not when you're planting crops. Unless you also got livestock that you need to keep out of the fields. Because it ain't going to keep deer out of the field, I can tell you that. You'd need a freaking 8-10 foot fence for that. Or you'd need a multi-layered fence system where you got one fence with another fence just like a foot or two out from it. Because apparently deer can only jump over one thing at a time. It confuses them to try to get over two things. At least that's a theory I heard one farmer talking about, because he had a regular fence around his garden, but then outside of that he also had like a little one of those little temporary electric fence kind of things. And according to him, it kept the deer out because they couldn't clear the gap and the height at the same time, which I've seen videos of deer jumping a whole lot more than that, but according to him it worked, so who am I to say? It kept the deer out of his garden, and I guess it worked. Which would be my problem if I ever get me a garden going, is keeping the deer out of it, because they love coming into my backyard. Because that's the reason I don't have any more apple trees. Because years ago I planted some apple trees and they bit the tops off of the saplings, and one of them never recovered from it. One of them did, but without the other one to act as a pollinator, then the one that was left wouldn't have many apples on it anyway, so. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to do like I did in that other field. Driving this thing makes me think of that song 40 Acres. As it takes about 40 acres to turn this rig around. Yep, there it goes. Dragging the damn thing sideways. Which I imagine eventually that the farming simulator, farming in it's probably going to be a bit more like this once they improve things and get more dynamic ground interactions and things like that. Which I think I'm probably going to skip this most recent iteration of Farming Simulator. Hell, fire in the morning. Yeah, looking at how crooked these lines are through here, you'd think I was shit-faced drunk trying to cultivate this thing. Yeah, he was hitting the shine before he got out in the field. Which an interesting thing that most people don't realize, making moonshine is actually legal. It's just not legal to sell it. You can make it, you just can't sell it. Unless you apply for a tax stamp. Then if you pay the taxes on it, hey, guess what? You can sell it. Of course, there are some places where you can't even make it though, because there are dry counties that still exist in the U.S. Matter of fact, I know people said for years that the county in I think it's in Tennessee where Jack Daniels is made, was a dry county, but I'm not sure that that's true though. I wonder what. Yeah, fuck, I ain't even gonna try it. I was gonna see if I could back this thing over here out of the way, but yeah, ain't no way I'm backing this thing up through there. So I'll just drive it over here. Pull it out of the way somewhere. I'm gonna have to bring the fuel truck, so what I'm gonna do is see if I can use the fuel truck to hook up to the other implements. Bring them over here. Detach that. Yeah. I thought it might be small enough I could just push it down, but nope. Right, stop engine. Need to go back to Crossroads. Go to the garage. The garage. Now let's see. So that looks like that's possibly another harvester. That's another seeder or planter, whichever. I'll see if I can grab that one since it's closer. Like I say, I'm just hoping that I can attach it to this thing. I may not be able to. And if I can't, then another thing I could try is using one of the rollbacks and see if I could just drag it up on there with a winch and lock it in place and get it over to the other map that way, which there's probably some on the other map somewhere too. But I already had to come over here to get this fuel truck anyway, because there is no garage on the other map. Otherwise I could just done a quick transfer. I'd say though this is one of my favorite trucks in the game. The old white Western Star. Now this one I should definitely be able to hook up to, because it looks like it's got the regular tow hitch kind of thing on it. No, it doesn't even give me the frickin' option. Yeah, I can still drag it with a winch, I reckon. Which, one thing, I don't know if they did it in the Expeditions game that came out not too long ago, but I hope in future games that they put out related to this game, I hope they have an option to turn off camera collisions. Because they are just super annoying in this game. And oftentimes they even trigger my vertigo. Which, this truck here is a bit slow, but compared to that tractor, it feels like a frickin' race car. which tractors were never meant to go fast anyway. Although I have seen a few videos where people souped up tractors. I remember seeing one, somebody somewhere in Europe, I don't remember where, had a really old Lamborghini tractor that they souped up, and not only would it do burnouts, but it was looked like it was doing 50, 60 mile an hour down the road. Maybe even faster. It's going pretty damn quick, which would be scary as hell on a freaking tractor. Alright. I'm going to go the shorter route this time because the truck will do better. Plus it seems dragging this planter with the winch seems to go a little smoother on the dirt. But this time I'll give myself a little bit more winch line, so hopefully it won't be banging into the truck. It's still banging into the truck. Damn thing is flying all over the place. Oh well. Damn near missed my turn here. Wonder who that statue's supposed to be. I think it'd be fun to take an old truck like this and put like an old Detroit V8 diesel in it. I don't know what engines they would have come with from the factory. only hope is by the time I get down here that that planter somehow ends up on its wheels. Because otherwise I'm going to be using the winches to try to flip it back onto its wheels so I can get attached to it. Yeah, I'm just cutting across. Good enough. Change to the tractor. Refuel. Am I still close enough? Yes. Holy shit. Which I know before I was kind of shitting on how they set up the farming in this game, but I think with a few improvements they can actually do a halfway decent farming game. That is, if I really wanted to. Whoever's bright idea it was to leave all these trees over here needs their ass kicked. They just getting in a damn way. there. Come on. Son of a bitch. Oh, that's right. I'm still in low gear. Nah, it's just gonna follow them same damn ruts now. Like, why is it not doing its thing now for some reason? There we go. It's always done it automatically, so I wasn't sure if I was able to do it manually. Is it planting anything, or what the fuck is it doing? Yeah, I think it is planting. It's kind of hard to see anything. And as muddy as this damn field is, there shouldn't be that much dust coming off that sumbitch. Shouldn't be any dust. Yeah, it really ain't turning any better with it in automatic and the diff lock off than it does in low with the diff lock on. At least with it in low and a diff lock on, it's not fighting me as bad on the steering. I think I'm going to speed the time up to daylight again. Getting too dark to see anything. See, and I got a 40-acre field to turn around in. It's all right. Give me 40 acres and I'll turn this rig around. I was watching some kind of little short clip the other day of something to do with trucking, and it had that song playing in the background. Let's see if I can swing out wide and go. Almost pulled it off. Let's see. How about if I do this? There we go. You know your steering sucks when you gotta use a winch to get to steer. May have waited a little too late to turn back. See, we're up to 65%. So better than halfway anyway. Which I could just drive through into the sunflower field there. But since it's kind of full of sunflowers, I'm thinking at some point I may have to do something with it. So I don't want to go in there and destroy everything. How about I do this and see if that'll work. Yeah, there we go. So looking at the gas tanks or fuel tanks there, of course I don't know what the hell, that might be hydraulic tank or something, the small one. But I saw a video the other day. A fella did a resto mod on a 60, I think he said it was 65 Chevrolet C10. He'd put it on a modern Tahoe frame, and then he did away, of course, you know, those trucks had the fuel tank in behind the seat inside the cab, so their fuel cap was on the side of the cab. Well, what he did away with all that because he used the fuel tank that was with the Tahoe frame. So what he did was he took an old red metal jerry can and permanently mounted it in the bed, and then ran his filler neck from the bottom of it down to the tank. So he just took the cap off of the jerry can like he was filling the jerry can, and that's how he filled his actual fuel tank, which was pretty cool. I may have screwed myself up here. Guess it would help if I would change gear before I try to back up. How far? Let's try right there. Yeah, it came out eventually. But yeah, I love seeing some of the creative ways that people come up with when doing resto mods on older vehicles and stuff. Doing custom builds and whatever. Shit. Damn it to hell. Alright. Time to bring in some backup here. The things I gotta do. Oh, that's attached to the tree, not the... Let's try that then. Nope, that's the tree as well. Oh, what? Is there no attachment point on the damn harvester that I can get to? No, that's a tree as well. How about the tractor? Anything? Yeah. And all it's doing is trying to turn this sumbitch over. Okie dokie, let's try a different approach then. Whoever thought just trying to get turned around to make another pass through a field could be so damn convoluted. Alright, now I'll leave it hooked up. Switch to this. Now I can get past it. Now what? Oh, the fucking back of it's hung up now. It's like, go ahead, turn over. I don't give a shit. If it helps me to get back to the field sometime today. I'm up to 90%, so hopefully I've only got to make one more pass to be done with this field. And luckily I got this open field in front of me I can turn around in, so I ain't got to deal with all them damn trees getting in my freaking way. Bit ridiculous. Guess I can go over here and take the outside edge. A little bit there and a little bit of a strip right there too. But one more pass and it should be finished anyway. Get lined up here. Switching to automatic don't seem to have increased my speed any. For the time being. Usually it does pick up speed a little bit anyway. Before I go any further, I'm going to take a quick outhouse break, and I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Oh, excuse me. And for the first time in a while, I've got me some cucumbers to munch on. Let's see, the fuel truck is over there. Oh, damn. These things are really cold. I'm just gonna end up refrigerator. To let them come up a little bit. They kind of hurt my teeth when they're that cold. Which my damn wisdom tooth on the left side's been giving me a little bit of grief this past couple of days. I got impacted wisdom teeth, so years ago the right one used to bother me, but the wisdom tooth itself eventually crushed itself trying to grow. So now it don't hurt no more. But the left one still takes a notion to try to grow every once in a while. And the crazy thing is that the wisdom tooth itself won't hurt, but the tooth on the other side of the one in front of the wisdom tooth is the one that seems like it's getting squeezed and actually goes to hurting. I guess I should have had them removed when I was much younger, but I gotta go to global map. Crossroads. I guess I could look and see if there is a harvester sitting around anywhere. I don't see anything resembling a harvester, unless it be one in that blacked out area there. Alright, I'll just have to drag one from over here. And let's see, right there's the one I was going to grab. Let me go to the garage here. I'm going to try something different this time. I can't remember. I don't think. Oh, no, I do have that one for this truck. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. It's probably gonna turn into some sorry debacle, but let me check the map again. Okay. I think that's the front of it. Could be wrong, but I think it is. Let me get this thing over here where there's a little bit more level ground. Trying to figure out how to best go at this. Maybe I'll go over this way and try to grab it from the back and see if I can get it up on here. If this don't work, I'll just drag it with a winch like I did the other one. Control evacuator. That's as far out as she'll go. It's a little steep being on this truck because this thing sits so damn high. Oh shit, there ain't no. I was gonna see if I could just attach to a side point and kind of tip it back over a little bit. Pushing machinery out of the way like Grandpappy taught you. Yeah. Yeah, fuck, that ain't gonna work. I think I might have a shot at getting it up on here now. Although it may be a slim one. I'll give it one more good try though. There we go. Just like it ought to. Raise that up. Pull that in. Let's see. Not gonna let me pack the cargo though. Okay, dragging it with a winch. But what I'm gonna do before I do that, nah, fuck it. I was gonna take this truck to the garage and put a fuel tanker on back it, but I've got enough fuel in the other tanker. I don't need more. And I don't feel like fighting this sumbitch or doing all that extra driving. Alright, you want to go the hard way, that's fine with me. You can bounce your little happy ass all over creation. Damn thing rolls better tumbling than it does rolling on its wheels. I kind of quit buying cucumbers there for a while because it seemed like every time I bought some, I'd get them home and within a day or two, they was already going bad. I think I finally got some good ones here. That thing swinging every which way but loose back yonder. Just keep yanking, it'll come sooner or later. And I just realized that could easily be taken out of context. Oh well. Kinda too late now. Need light. Can't see a damn thing. No point in being proper about going through the actual road and anything anymore, considering I've been all over this place. Now let's see if I can figure out a way to get this some bitch attached. With it balancing on its corner? Question mark. Well, look at that. It's almost like it wanted to get attached. And I got to attach at the other end. No. I had it right the first time. Oh shit. Fire in the morning. Something about it. This end don't look right though. I don't know what did, but oh well. She didn't like it. No, I'm not that crazy about it, but I got to get all the tasks done before I can move on to the next map, so. Or at least that's the goal I've set for myself. Sure, I could completely ignore it and skip over this map pack, but this is my first time playing, so I'll give it a go. But yeah, the farming in this game is a little bit frustrating. As I have been demonstrating. Of course, maybe I could be doing it wrong too, who knows. Which another thing I can do, which I've done in the past, is if one particular set of maps gets a bit too frustrating for me, or I start getting a little bit stressed out trying to get stuff done, is I can switch to another set of maps and play on that for a little bit and then come back to it. Which I'm, on this particular playthrough, I'm not necessarily trying to get all the tasks on every set of maps done. Though I am working on doing that on my off-stream save. Let's see. But yeah, since it's my first time playing this set of maps, I do kind of want to give it a good go anyway. at least this harvester is a little easier to maneuver, considering that it's hard attached to the back rather than working off of a swivel point like the other ones did. Which I'm not really one of those people that wants to, get 100% completion of everything in every game I ever play. I do like to try to experience at least close to 100% of the game if possible. Just as I know the programmers and the artists and everybody works hard making the game. I like to at least, see the product of their work if possible. Although I think there was maybe 1 or 2 games in the past that I didn't end up getting 100% completion on. Look at all them taters. All just waiting to be turned into delicious French fries or tater tots or tater chips or baked taters. Or mashed taters, or fried taters. Addicted to potatoes this last month. So with it. Oh, I can imagine. I love my air fryer. Only thing is, I wish my air fryer had a bit bigger basket to it, though. Sonic fries are okay, yeah. Because I really like making pork roasts in my air fryer. But some of the pork roasts I get are just a little bit big, and I worry that it might cause problems because they might actually be touching the heating element in the air fryer. But ye old waffle fries in it, freezer right now. Frozen onion rings. Yeah, I've fixed onion rings multiple times in my air fryer. They're really good. They get a little bit more crisp than they do in the oven. And right now I've got some frozen Arby's curly fries in the freezer to fix in there. But yeah, I'll fix a lot of stuff in there. One thing I would like to try making in it one time that I haven't tried yet is maybe doing some fried chicken. Yeah. Yeah, I like Arby's curly fries. Of course, my favorite fast food fries has always been McDonald's fries, which they used to fry them in beef tallow, but they don't do that anymore. But they're about the only place that adds a decent amount of salt to them ahead of time. Yes, I've never had those. Because Wendy's fries always seem a little bit dry to me, which a lot of times Arby's does, but I think it's usually because they've just been under a heat lamp for a while. Because if they're fresh, they're not so bad. I still like McDonald's best though. Which I like sweet potato fries. It's hard to find some good sweet potato fries though. But yeah, onion rings, man, I love onion rings, which I'm a big fan of onions anyway. I love onions. Garlic too. But when it comes to like the frozen onion rings you buy, I prefer the ones that are battered rather than breaded. There's one, I think they taste a little bit better. And two, sometimes the breaded ones, if you get them good and crispy, it can be a little bit rough on the soft palate of your mouth. Onions straight up. Yeah, I've seen people do that too. Eat them like people eat an apple or something. Now, I ain't quite that addicted to them, but I will eat raw onions. But I usually, if I'm eating raw onions, I'll eat the green onions or spring onions, as some people call them. I'll just dip it in a little bit of salt and just eat it. And I remember back when I was going to college, one of the apartments I lived in, there was a walking trail right near it. And wild onion grew along that walking trail. So during the spring of the year, I'd walk along there and pick some of the wild green onions. Now, you want to talk about strong, those things were really strong, but man, they were good. which I've always preferred the stronger onions. I'm not a huge fan of the sweet onions, though they do have their place, I will say that. I guess I gotta wait till it comes back down again. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot more I would like to try in my air fryer, but most time I'm more worried about what am I going to eat for whatever meal I'm wanting to eat, and I don't even think about, well, what could I make in the air fryer? I need to start doing that though, just before I even go to a grocery store or anything, think about what I might want to make in the air fryer. Because those things are versatile. And they're really not that complicated, because I looked at mine, and it's basically all it is it's got a heating element just like the eye on an electric cook stove. But it's up in the top side of it, and then it's just got a fan behind it, and then the way the basket's made, it forces the air around in a certain way. But they damn sure do cook some good food. So now my pallets are ready. Yay, I'm close enough. I'm just going to recover this back to the garage. Although I will admit, I do kind of hate cleaning my air fryer, because it can be a little bit of a pain in the ass getting into some of those recessed areas and stuff. I'm going to get a new truck. What I'm actually going to do is get another. Let's see, this is the one I already have. Engine. Ultimate 500,000 K. Is it for kilowatt? No, KW is for kilowatt. Or maybe that stands for kilowatt too. Maybe there just wasn't room for a W. Sure, why not? Let's give it ridiculous power. It's fine. Let's do ultimate, because why not? Man, if the back ones were dualies but the front ones were singles, I would love to put those on there. But it's either all of them are dualies or all of them are singles. That sucks. Let's see what other options we got. Looks like about any of them in this category. That one's got rear duals and front singles. That's the only one. But it's excellent in all categories. Oh shit, I'll give it a try. Let's say the cheapest out of all the tires. Oh wait, this one's better. Explore. It normally says where to explore, but we want wedge cap. Definitely want all-wheel drive. I want to do the Tatra. Now I wonder if I can get, yeah, okay. We can get the colors match. I kind of like that, the dark, real dark blue with the lighter blue. Maybe I can find some different wheels besides them bright yellow. Give it the old school round beacon. Go with the heavy duty pipe. I don't want that. No flap caps? Well, damn. I like the old school flap cap. Exhaust. Yep, I reckon this is gonna do it. This truck steers pretty damn good. The steering is quick to respond. It ain't sluggish at all. And the turning radius ain't too bad. Particularly for a big truck like that with a longer wheelbase. Notice that mini crane is throwing sparks every now and again. I guess it's bouncing off of the front of that bed. I see this truck just, to me, kind of looks and feels more like an old farm truck. It might be used for hauling grain or hay or whatever. Yeah, I went the right way. It's as easy as this thing's going through that. I don't think this thing actually needs diff lock. It's doing pretty damn good without it. Though sometime when I'm not streaming, I might look it up and see where to locate that diff lock for this is and just go unlock it. And it looks like he came back and put his fence back up. Here I am tearing it all down again. Where have I got to deliver this shit to? There's Southern. And there's Northern. Well, let's go to Northern first. Which there used to be a little independently owned little convenience store in town. It was an older couple that owned it, and they would serve hot dogs and stuff during the lunch. And when I used to do electric and plumbing work, we'd go over there sometimes to get lunch. And they used to have some kind of off-brand, unique brand or something of tater chips. I don't remember what the brand name was, but I hadn't seen it anywhere else. And they had a really good sweet potato chip, but I haven't been able to find it anywhere. Of course, now I can't even remember the brand name of it, so it makes it damn near impossible to find. I don't think it was Zapp's. But I might write that down and look at it, make sure. The hell, that's been 20 years ago, maybe. And I sometimes have a hard time remembering yesterday, so. Which actually, it ain't really my long-term memory that I have problems with. Most of the time, it's short-term memory. Come to think of it, I caught the tail end of somebody talking about that on their stream sometime over the last few days, I think. Something to do with why so many people are having problems with like short-term memory and stuff. I only caught the last part of it. I might have to go back and look at that and see. Now we gotta go to the south one, which is there. I can just loop around to this side. Let's see where the crossing is there, because it's a little hard to tell looking at the map. Which I've tried making my own, well, I've tried making both my own potato chips and sweet potato chips, but it's so damn hard to get them right. Particularly if you don't have a really good, like, mandolin slicer or something, to where you can get really good consistent slices every time. Makes it really hard to do. Now it looks like I can go either side. And anytime you're making like sweet potato fries or sweet potato chips or anything like that, biggest problem is burning, because it only takes like a second, maybe even half a second, once it gets to where it's done just right. Between that and being burnt, there's you got very little time to play with. Of course, just because it looks burnt doesn't necessarily mean it is burnt, because where it's got such high sugar content, naturally it does kind of blacken fairly easily. So sometimes it can look burnt without actually being burnt, but yeah, sweet potatoes can be a bit tricky. I do love sweet potatoes though. Sometimes I like a baked potato with a bit of cream cheese on it. It's really good. That sort of tanginess of the cream cheese mixed with the sweetness of the sweet potato. Which I like cream cheese a lot too. I'm gonna have to quit talking about food, or I'm gonna make my damn self hungry. We're just putting some tin foil in it. What were you thinking of putting tin foil in? Right there. On the tray of the air fryer. Yeah, I think as long as you're not blocking up any of the air holes or anything, it should be fine. Because that's kind of how the air fryer works, is it the way it circulates the hot air around the food. Delivered to technical station, all barrels ×2 and vehicle spare parts ×2. So let's do that, and it don't involve farming, just driving. Be nice to take a break, possibly long break from the farming. So I guess I'll pick up everything here. Well, I can do it with this truck, and it'll take 2 trips, or I could go grab the long truck, but I kind of just want to do it with this truck. Because I'm kind of enjoying driving this truck right now. I'm going the right way. Oh shit, no. Quit going to that, damn it. There you go. Which, come to think of it, I think I've got a little bag of beer batter mix. I might have to mix that up one day and make me some onion rings. Because I always keep some yellow onions on hand. I was getting ready to say, what the hell is that over yonder? But it's the excavator. Just look kind of weird in that lighting. Yeah, honestly, I don't think this truck even needs a fucking diff lock on it. Yeah, I'll just take them first since that's what it was already set on. I'll come back and get the oil barrels. Of course, there might be a place over on the other map where I can get the oil barrels. I guess I'll find out when I get over there. Got my route plotted out. So another thing I like about this particular truck is it doesn't set super high, so it doesn't feel very tippy at all. Unless you just happen to have like a really tall, heavy weight on it. It feels pretty damn stable. But that does mean it has a little bit lower ground clearance, so the risk of getting high centered is a little bit higher. Of course, nobody seems to mention that to the truck itself, because it don't seem to give a damn. Gotta stop zooming in when I'm trying to steer. I used to do it on PlayStation all the time too, when I played on there. I guess I just got a habit of, as I'm pushing the joystick left or right, I have a slight upward push on it too. Yeah, I've got several things set up for point redeems now. I've got some different little meme kind of things. I don't know what the hell you really call them, but and I got one TTS that will just read out your message, and I got another TTS that you can ask questions to, and it'll answer them. Plus, I got some custom emotes I made. I still need to make some more. And I got subscriber badges that I made. Okay, so there's where I gotta take it to. So I guess I come. How about VIP? VIP point redeem? I didn't know there was a such thing. Only the bits and the viewer points. Because I do have things set up for that require bits as well. Like I got some different. Let's see, does it? It may not show them though. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be showing them. I might have to check on that. Because I got all that stuff set up through Tangia. So I may not have got it set up exactly right. Let's see. I don't think I've tested this one out. Let's try it.
Crowwoodsman asked me, is Crow a good driver? Oh, absolutely. If you consider consistently getting stuck, flipping over and missing turns as exemplary driving skills, then Crow is basically a driving prodigy in their own little world of chaos. That is, maybe one day they'll find a driving school that specializes in bouncy trucks and deep mud. Until then, we're all here for the comedic relief.
I'd say you're pretty spot on with that one. Forgot to set up my waypoints here. And get some lights going so I can see where the hell am I going. But yeah, I'll probably fiddle around with that some this weekend because, like I say, I got a few more custom emotes that I wanted to make. And stuff, so I'll see if I can get that other Tangia stuff to show up. But at least all of the channel point stuff is working, so that's good. And I got my alerts and custom commands working yesterday. Not sure how I got it working, but I managed to do it somehow. Which that's, when it comes to computers, that tends to be how I end up fixing things. Is I look up the problem, see what different people say on how to fix it, and then I just try different shit, and when it starts working, I leave it alone. That bridge got a big gap in it. How about I just drive around it then? Yeah, that was one of the reasons I was hoping to get to affiliates, because it allows me to set up things like that y'all can play with if you want to. See, if I ran like a auto restoration business or something, I would love to have an old truck like this with a rollback on it and just ride around looking for old vehicles to get and fix up. Only problem I would have if I ran a business like that though would I'd be wanting to keep every damn vehicle fixed. At least the pickup trucks anyway. Cars not so much though, cause it's just too hard for me to get in and out of them anymore because of my knees and shit. I have to kind of roll out of them, which is very undignified. Not that I really care that much, but just easier to get in and out of a truck for me. Plus, I very rarely have anybody in a vehicle with me. It's normally just me going somewhere by myself. So it ain't like I really need a bunch of passenger room either. And with a truck, if you decide to pick something up way out that won't fit in the trunk of a car or something, you can just throw it in the back of the truck, roll on. Although I would like to have some kind of SUV though. Because they're good if you want to go get groceries and it's raining or something. You can put all the groceries in the back, don't have to worry about them getting wet. Of course, usually what groceries I get will fit in the cab of the truck anyway. Just put a little bit in the seat, a little bit in the floorboard, maybe a little behind the seat if I need some extra room. It would just be a lot easier if it was the back of an SUV though, like an old Bronco or International Scout or something. I always liked the International Scouts. I like the Scout 2s a little better. I just like the looks of them a little better. Plus, they're a little bit bigger than the original Scouts. I started to buy one. I can't remember now if I was still in high school or if I'd graduated already, but it was right around that time. I went and looked at one. It was in fairly decent shape too. It didn't have much rust on it. But the feller that had, I don't know if he changed transmissions in it or not, but it had to change the clutch in it. And for some reason he put the clutch out of a school bus in it. So it had a really stiff clutch on it. And I think the main reason why I ended up not getting it is because it was kind of a goldish tan color, which was just ugly as shit. There's about 4 colors that I do not like on any vehicle. Honk if you're a good driver. I don't even remember which button's a fucking horn. There it is. But yeah, the 4 colors that I just do not like on any vehicle are silver, gold, brown, or red. Now, if you get into like a darker burgundy or maroon color, I can live with that. But I'm just not crazy about red. Most of the colors I can live with if it's not one that I actually really like. Alright, so it's not showing the pickup arrow there. I may travel back to the other one. I'll answer as gunmetal color. Gunmetal, if it's a little bit on the darker side, is fine. I'm fine with grays. Matter of fact, at one point, I had a Ford 78 Ford pickup that I was going to do in two-tone, and I was going to do like a dark blue top and bottom, and then the middle part I was going to do like a dark gray. But I ended up getting rid of the truck, which originally it was just a solid kind of a darker green color. I don't see. There is a pickup arrow. I was trying to think Pontiac was red. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of sports cars tend to be red. And this is his Dodge Ram 1500. Yeah, I don't doubt that. I miss most of the pickup trucks I've had that I've gotten rid of. Oh, wrong menu. This is what I want. I've had a few. I think the one I miss the most, though, is the four-wheel drive 78 Ford that I had. Because with all the money that I've spent on vehicles since I got rid of that four-wheel drive, I could have completely restored that truck and made it just as good, if not better, than new. But the thing was, I was young at the time. I was 20, early 20s. And the truck was an automatic, and I really wanted a straight shift. And then I reached a point where I was having which I'd had a few issues with it going along, because I only give $500 for the truck. Somebody had it and they were just using it as a hunting vehicle. It didn't even have a bed on it when I bought it. So it's in pretty rough shape, but the cab, front end, everything was good. There was very little rust in it, no dents. The motor was good. All of the running gear and everything was good. But like I say, at that time, I wanted something with a straight shift in it if it was going to be four-wheel drive. And then, like I say, I got to the one point and it was having some electrical issues. And then this feller I knew who had just gotten married like within the last year, he had just gotten a new job and was kind of desperate for a vehicle to be able to drive to work. But he didn't really have a lot of money to spend on a vehicle. I already had something else to drive, so I sold him the truck pretty much for $500, what I give for it, even though I'd put probably a few hundred in it since then, because I'd gotten a bed to go on it. I'd done a little bit of suspension work to it and done a little bit of engine work to it. Mainly just maintenance and stuff and replacing stuff that was wore out. But yeah, kind of felt bad for the guy. I knew he needed to get to work, so I sold him the truck because, like I say, I wanted one that was manual. But I wish now I would have just held on to it and done a complete restoration on it, which, of course, which is still the same problem I have. I didn't really have a garage or anything to do a restoration on it in, so I would have had to done it all outside with limited tools. But even like I say, even with the money I've spent on vehicles since then, I could have bought the tools that I needed. I would have still had to done it outside, but but can't go back and change the past, so ain't no use crying about it. But yeah, I wished I had kept that one. But who knows? Maybe one of these days I can afford to get another one. Which I've got a 78 Ford pickup that needs complete restoration. But the main reason why I've still got it, and it's honestly, I don't know if it'd even be worth anything, is scrap now. But it belonged to my dad, and I lost my dad when I was 19 years old. He died of cancer, so I've held on to that truck with plans to restore it if I ever can. Just to kind of remember my dad by. Of course, it was in rough shape even when Dad was still driving. Because even then, one of the shocks was hanging down because the mountain bracket that was on the frame had rusted in two. One of the back wheels wobbled because an axle was bent. The wiring in it was a complete rat's nest. Of course, Dad was the cause of a lot of that too. What else wrong? The motor was wore slap out. The transmission had lost third gear, which was why we finally parked it. Probably half of the body panels were mostly Bondo. The bed was all beat up. The floorboard was starting to rust out on the driver's side. What else was wrong? I don't even know. But yeah, maybe one of these years. But if not, I can still look out in the backyard and see it and think about my dad anyway. But I'm also just quite fond of the 78 and 79 Ford pickups anyway. I just really like the looks of them. So I got to run all the way over here and get the barrels and then run all the way back across the map to the tunnel. Or actually, there might be a tunnel. Is there a tunnel directly to the Institute from here? Heartlands. Yeah, there's a tunnel directly to the Institute, so I can use that and after I've got loaded up. Yeah, thank you, Sephiroth. It's been a long time ago, though. Because I'm 50 now, and like I say, that was when I was 19, so. Had plenty of time to kind of come to terms with it. Yeah, I'm an old fart. Let's see, if I remember right, when I was 35, I think I was still doing electric and plumbing work. It would have been 1999 or I don't know, my brain ain't wanting to do math right now. So yeah, 25 would have been, no, wait a minute, I'm thinking, no, that would have put me at 25. Yeah, okay, that's where I was messing up, so yeah, it would have been around 2009. That's actually around the time I quit doing electric and plumbing work. Which, if the feller that I worked for hadn't lost his license and practically went out of business, I would have probably kept doing it, at least for a while longer. Of course, I would have eventually had to quit anyway, because even even at that time, I was starting to have to wear knee braces ever so often because of the knee pain and stuff. And doing electric and plumbing work ain't really all that easy on your knees particularly when you're working a lot on like older homes and stuff and having to go into crawl spaces and all that kind of shit. So my knees would have forced me to give it up probably in a few years after that anyway. Come to think of it, I don't know that he ever got his license back. I know around that time they made him go take the test again, and I remember when he went back to take it the first time again, he failed it. Alright, so there's the tunnel. Yeah, like having to jump on turtles and eat mushrooms. Nope. Nope, jumping on them turtles was just too hard on my knees. Plus, their turtle shells are surprisingly slippery. So I guess I need to go back out this way. And that's railroad tracks there and there. And I don't want to drive on them if I don't have to. That can be a little rough. Nope, wrong way. So I go this way and take this road. Oh, looky, a gas station. There, now I can go directly to the Institute map and don't have to go through the whatever name of that map was that I went through before. Which I always liked doing electrical work. Wasn't that crazy about doing plumbing work? Doing new houses, I was fine with doing plumbing, but I didn't like doing repair work or anything like that. But the electrical work, I like. Of course, even with the electrical, I preferred doing new homes. Because one of my favorite things to do was to wire in breaker panels. I love doing that. I could stand there all day just pulling wires in, stripping them. plugging them into the different bars and breakers and making everything look nice and neat, and organizing stuff and labeling stuff. It's all almost relaxing to me. And oddly enough, I liked working with copper piping too, doing all the soldering and everything. I mean, sure, all of the plastic pipe you can get is a lot easier, quicker. And then they came out with that PEX pipe that you use the little brass crimp, or were they brass or steel? I think it might have been steel. I don't know. It had the little crimp rings and stuff, which had to have the special tool to crimp them with. But I kind of preferred doing just soldering the copper. Even though I did get burnt a time or two doing that, particularly when you're doing in a basement, running lines overhead. Sometimes stuff would drip on you, man, it burn like hell. Which honestly, if they hadn't made it so damn difficult to get into, which I know it kind of varies by state, but if they hadn't have done that when my boss man lost his license, I would have went and took the test myself and got mine. And then we could have kept going. But the thing is, they've made the damn tests so hard and got a lot of stuff in there, at least from what he told me. At that time, they had a lot of stuff in there that didn't really relate to probably 90% of people doing electric and plumbing work. But it was all just based on stuff that you'd have to memorize out of the code book. So you basically, in order to pass the test, you'd have to memorize the entire damn code book. And I don't know anybody that's going to do that shit. And then you got to have, you know, insurances and all this bunch of stuff, and just to get started, it costs thousands and thousands of dollars. Of course, you know, I would already had the tools and stuff because I've been doing it for a while. But if we would have done that, and I would have been the one with the license, then all of the insurance and all that shit would have had to went in my name, and that would have cost a lot of money. Right. So looks like probably the best way to get over there is follow this route. Go by here. And actually, I'm gonna, instead of going around the paved road, I'm gonna go around this way because that bridge is out and it's a little hard to tell where the crossing is supposed to be, but that one's easy to see. Plus, this truck ain't so worried about getting bogged down or stuck or anything anyway, so. Which another thing that kept me from doing that back then was work was kind of drying up around here a little bit, which there was a few reasons why, things kind of ended up the way they did with him, because he had some stuff going on in his personal life, and we'd had some trouble with people not paying us, so everything just kind of compounded and screwed things up. But yeah, I wouldn't even try to do that kind of work now. Of course, that was also right around the time that both his health and my health started to decline a bit. Just like to say, my knees were getting a little worse. He'd gotten, which he had bad knees too. And then he got diagnosed with high blood pressure. And then I think it was right after I quit working for him, he got diagnosed with diabetes, type 2 diabetes. And of course, it wasn't but maybe 2 years after that I got diagnosed with high blood pressure, and then about a year later, type 2 diabetes. It really ain't dark enough to need them yet, but I'm gonna go ahead and turn my headlights on. That way, if it does suddenly get dark, I can still see. This is another one of them games, though, that sometimes you can get kind of lost in. Because I know there's been times in the past playing this game where I just start doing jobs and then don't even realize how much time has passed. And then I'll think to myself, I'm getting kind of tired. Maybe I should go to bed or do whatever. I think, well, I've only got this one other job that don't look like it's going to take long. Let me just go ahead and do that. Well, I'll go ahead and do that. And I think, well, since I'm doing that, I might as well go ahead and do this. End up being there another 4 or 5 hours playing the damn game. It's like right now, I see that I've been at it for just over 4 hours. But only feels like it's been about 2 hours since I started. Uh-oh. No, I ain't got disconnected because otherwise the counter would have reset. Okay. I thought there for a minute maybe I'd gotten disconnected or something. No. Alright, what's the next job then? Experimental field. That's another farming thing. I'm not doing that right now. I'll be here another 12 hours. Scrap stalker, service trailer, and metal rolls. But there's 3 of them. So, oh shit, I meant to go ahead and accept that job. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and activate. Oh, it's only consumables. What? Oh, that's a different job. Duh. Alright then. Well, yeah, this one I can use the truck I've got now. Because it's only two things to pick up. And this truck has 2 slots. So where's the shit I gotta pick up? There's where I gotta drop it off at. Or here's where I gotta pick it up at. Okie dokie. Let's see, go back across here. Pretty much just go back the way I came, I guess. Let's fuel. Oh, I've got plenty of fuel. Let's see, is there a fuel station on this map somewhere? I don't see one. Which there definitely ain't one along this path anyway. That should be fine. I still got 447 out of 555, so. And then am I going the wrong? Hell yeah. Going the wrong damn way. gets a little deep right there. Gotta hope that everything in the engine and everything in the drivetrain's got good seals on it. Otherwise, we get water into stuff where it shouldn't be getting. Which, see, how old was it? I was 20 something. And a deal came up. A friend of mine, he had two 1965 Ford F100s. One of them he was driving on the road. The other one wasn't in too terrible a shape. I mean, it could have easily been fixed and put on the road as well. And one time he offered to sell them to me, both of them, for $500. What really sucked is at the time I didn't have $500 and couldn't get my hands on $500. So I ended up losing out on that deal. So I need consumables. Load those. And then I gotta drop them off over here. I'll go to there. And I'm guessing that road will continue on to where I need to go. But it's blacked out on the map, so I don't know for sure. But I will when I get over there close to it. See, I feel pretty relaxed driving this truck. Of course, I feel a bit relaxed driving most of them. Some of them are a little ain't as relaxing, but like that tractor driving that sumbitch is a little bit irritating because it's super slow. Steers like a broken ox cart. I would have figured with as far as it looked on the map that would have taken a bit longer to get to, but really wasn't all that far. Oh, that's only one stage of it. Okay, so now I got bricks. Where they got to go to? Well, they got to go to the Harvest Core map. Okay, so I'll grab those. And then we'll head back this way. And it looks like I'm going to have to cross there. Let's see. I think that little bridge there's got a little bypass to the left of it, if I remember. Nope, I'm going this other way. Forgot about that bridge being out over there. Got to load these up with the old crane. Let me put the stabilizers out. These bricks is going to be a little heavy. Have to back up a little bit, get this other one. It's a little too far away. Because when you get the the boom extended all the way out, this thing won't pick up a whole hell of a lot of weight. Restore crane, pack cargo, pack cargo. Got a yield sign out here in the middle of nowhere. A little bit of a rough crossing, but not too bad. Well, this bridge is fine. Ugh. Too early to start that shit. Abandoned gas station. Always makes me a little sad when I see people leave perfectly good buildings to just kind of deteriorate, fall down. Of course, I understand, sometimes you'll own a place and you don't really have the money to properly keep it up, but maybe you have a good reason for not selling it or whatever. Kind of like with my dad's old truck, I've had people offer to buy that, but I refused to sell it. See if I can get tea poured before. Nope. Lights. Full drive. And where's my drop off? Over yonder. Well, let's see. Let me skip time. Shit, I skipped too far. And I did it again. I'm going to drive over to here and see if there's a place to cross somewhere nearby, because there might be. If not, I might pick a different route, or I might say to hell with it and go cross country. Go as the crow flies, so they say. See a specific area where I could cross. It looks like it might be some shallow enough spots through here. There's a tree in the middle, which kind of indicates to me that this is a place you can cross. Oh shit. Maybe not. Well, I made it anyway. The aim is to get back over here and pick this road up. Yeah, let's go for it. It cleaned my truck off though. And there's the road. Right now, so it's pretty much just stay on this road, but I'll go ahead and put me some waypoints just in case I get to a spot where I'm not sure whether to turn or what. thought it was going to get hung up there for a second. Wheels dropped down there. It's kind of a big fancy looking water tower to be out here in the middle of nowhere. I ain't sure that's I don't know what the hell kind of tower that is. I don't think it's a water tower, but who the hell knows? I don't know. Yay! Wasn't sure if there was going to be another stage to that or not. Oh, ow. Well, I think with that one done, I'm going to call it just a little bit early today. Let me see. Let me see who's on. Forget this one. I got to do this way. Uh, Alright, so I'm going to throw y'all over to Ted Turtle. He's doing Marvel Rivals. Let's see if I can remember how to do this now. I thought you might be. No, you don't have to be. I just used to not do it all that much because I didn't really have a lot of people to raid, but oh, okay, cool. There we go. So yeah, I need to try to do more raiding and stuff, but I guess as I get to know more people, I'll do more of it. But special Sephiroth. Well, cool. But y'all have a great weekend. Take care of yourselves, and hopefully I'll see y'all Monday.